Oh, hello there. Make sure everything is good here. And then we'll get started. I need that to go away for a second. You look alright. You also look alright. Very good. Excellent. Alright, so. I need to check and make sure. Yes. Very good. Okay. So, I did forget to start up production last night. But I did jump on this morning, like, probably about an hour ago, and kick off the batch that was in there. I don't know if it'll be done yet. Let's check on our filters really quick. We might do a buggy full of aluminum first real fast, just to make sure that it has a little bit more time to go. Because we need to get that buggy in eventually anyway. Not you. All of you guys. Everybody here's happy. Good, good, good. Alright, anyway. As I was saying... the thing we desire. So let's go ahead and swap. Taking these off first. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to put one of those away upstairs as well. Mark 6, the Mark 5 one needs to go upstairs as a backup. Are you coming or going, Sandstorm? I don't know. Just in case for some reason we lose our radiation suit. Somehow, some way, we have a fallback. Just in case we need it. Couldn't, but you know.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We have a minute to wait anyway. Plasteel microfiber. Microflora fiber. Okie dokie. We could also do basically chores really quick. I've got none welding wire in my pocket. Ton welding wire in the bucket there, though. Because everything's enclosed in here. We can do this while the sandstorm blows over. Thank you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's any damage. Good. Do 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 do. Do this assault while we're here. We will take the assault out there to drag back. We'll have a couple hundred plastanium. And little bit of spice residue. I could grab the pocket full of it. So it's like 190 or whatever we had in there that was running through. I grabbed that on the way out. Way back, I should say. So there's that. Let's go downstairs. I don't remember if we spruced up the buggy already. Sandstorm frame dip there. As is tradition. Mostly is the answer to that question. A little low on wire. In my pocket, that is. Should have enough to get this done, though. I think. Perfect. Alright, let's go grab some aluminum. Just to spend, you know, the extra couple minutes out here before we go. Right there. Before we go grab, and it should be done, I think. It wasn't that many, it was like 100. So an hour and change should be enough time for that. But we need to do this anyway, so why not, right? And let's go the other way this time, because last time we came back, we saw about 1 million aluminums back here. This alley, canyon, whatever you want to call it, or the other? I guess this one, yes. Was this one? Delicious. And we get all of these. Yes, is the answer. Remember how many fit the buggy trunk here. I think it was like 4,000. If that's true, we're making really good progress after we found that little patch of it. Go grab. Scooching a little closer here. I think maybe we'll reach the one right there. But he is there. Let's scooch on down the way here. Assault in the way. One over there, but yeah, that. I'm going the wrong way. Of course I have it. We used to always drive down there. When we came this way. I actually want to be up there. I remember the old algae build last night. It's stuffed up almost. Yeah, there's one back there, but we'll get him on the way back if we run out of things to get here, which will not happen. I am certain. We're gonna grab all this good stuff, and that'll be all she wrote. Grabbing all the goods. Yep, just over 4,000. So we'll shuffle in whatever we can grab. Pockets is. We'll give this just a little tippy tap. Oh, the whole thing fit. Wow. Okay. Have a look at this guy's hangers while we're here, because he's got something kind of cool going on. He's got double. Got walls and roof going, penta shielded. And he's got like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 70 probably. Could go up there and see. Want to see your build, sir. I think for me, I would prefer to have more support-looking stuff. Like obviously, these are foundation support pieces. They count, and it works. This must be a guild. They're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 by 7. Oh, it's because he's got the nose under here a little bit. That's why he's able to do that. I remembered last night that that's why we made the top 5 high in the Deep Desert base. Is we were going to think about doing a pull-in to the side penta shield. It didn't end up happening. I did other things. Little walkway. Kind of cool. Shoot up over here. I feel like the side shields are better for taking off. Verticals are just better for landing. And I don't love having the penta shields. Oh, look at that. My stuff was all still lit up. I don't love having the penta shields on the front like that. I don't like the look of them, really. There's a big glowy hole in the wall. I don't know. Do I have fuel on me? I do. Paying any attention to my fuel status there. Alright. Thoughts and things to think about for sure. We're going to want a place to put the cargo container for sure when we do the remodel, right? That's why I'm so interested in what people are doing for bases these days. Because we have an impending build. It's going to be a lot of work. And I want it to be cool. I was kind of thinking about playing with the side, you know, entrance hangar. I don't know if I want to do that, though. It may be a thing where we only know what we want when we do it. As is so often the case in the world. Oh, shut up. Other thing we can do is, you know, play with towers and heights and things, and then recess the hangar in. And just have it be a drop-in like it is now. Which, aside from the fact that this looks kind of like slim and skinny as compared to its height and the rest of the stuff, aside from that, this looks pretty good. We kind of tried to remedy that with this, and it's also almost like a viewing gallery type thing over the bridge area, which kind of it looks cool. I don't know if we can replicate that with the Trades pieces, but we'll try and mix and match. But I also don't know that I want to keep that idea going forward. We'll see. See where we get to. Right now, I need to run upstairs and drop off all my aluminums. We'll get that processing. We'll go fetch the cargo from the deep desert. And then we'll do the whatchamacallit? The base itself. Okay, perfect. I have my welding tool. Its durability is acceptable. A little low, but acceptable. Same with my suspensor belt. Power pack's getting there. Goodness. Alright, aluminum. 360. Wait, no. Yes. And then you can do that, and we have 88 of these, so I guess we can queue up the duraluminum as well. It's okay. We've got almost 1,000 of them. We have none aluminums, but that's okay. Did that burn up the last of our gas beam, or was it just aluminum limited? It was aluminum. We have another 100. Okay. Well, we won't worry about that, actually. Hang on. If we have so many duraluminums already, then I don't want to make more just yet. You can make this. It's not the most efficient way. It's kind of wasteful, but I don't want to ship it out there to run it. Okay. Well, let's go. We can always make more of those extra duraluminum later when we are in need of it. Or when we have some time to kill and just rock another buggy of aluminum in, run the rest of it. It's gonna be like 100 duraluminum total. I think it is what it was. 100 and change. So just wait for it. Well, let's go. Do 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 do. What's going on? Oh. There we go. Now the controls are good. Wouldn't let me pull up before. Does that seem really weird? I'm doing a very bad job of that. There we go. Double check what's going on here real quick. Just a need. Alright, I'll read that later. Anyway, we'll just go for a little cruise this morning. Take apart the buggy. That goes in the bucket. We'll deploy the cargo container. We'll grab whatever we can into our assault copter here that's loot. Actually, if we leave like the little scraps of spice sand and plastinium and stuff in there, the cargo container should have room for it. So we can just leave it there and then bring it back out, put it away. When the time comes to deploy again, it'll be ready for us to continue. Things like spice sand and spice residue. I'm okay with them going, I'm doing a bad job. I'm okay with them going into the cargo container with the deep desert stuff, just because it won't matter. Like, we'll know that they're not for deep desert resources, right? They are very clearly byproduct or refined product the residue is. The sand is just raw, you know. I don't want to be right over that in case it happens to just blow right now. I'd be severely unlucky like that. I'm sure she'll pop before long. Alright. Get this unloaded. Or loaded, I guess I should say. It's really nice to have this much hangar space in here. So I can pop that down right there. Alright, that's not spinning, that's a good sign. Everything processed. We have a little bit of titanium ore, no strontium fiber, cool. Salt. Forgot to empty it. Oh. That's okay. It all fit. Thank goodness. I was in a rush and also not coffeeed yet. Hey Rads, how's it going? That was almost a disaster, but we avoided it. That must have been one of my other trips yesterday, wasn't it? Crazy town. Crazy town. Totally forgot. Alright, anyway. It's alright, as long as it gets the non-base components out. That's all matters. But it does mean we have more spice than we thought, which is cool. Yeah, we can take this apart while we're here. To dismantle. Yeah, that's what we're doing today. Because reset is tonight/tomorrow morning. Do. Let's go ahead and before we take apart the buggy out here, grab some scrap. Make me as much welding wire as you can from that. We will set about using some of it real quick so that everything is ready to rock when we deploy you next time. That's everything. Excellent. Oh, need you detach that. All of that. Little treadies. Aren't you? There we go. Okay. Into the box. Do the same with the sand crawler real quick. We'll get the cargo container out. Do. That's all of them. Cool. And we learned yesterday that I can reach way more things if I jump up here. Way more easily. Get the engine. And the PSU. And the vacuum. It only took one trip out here before I was like, nah, no, I'm not gonna ship all the vehicles out in whole pieces. We're just gonna pop them into the cargo container as well, and we'll call it good there. It's a long flight. Alright, and then my cargo container, nope, was here, okay. Assemble. Right. Oh my gosh, why wouldn't you put it? There we go. Wish I could rotate. I can rotate. Why did I think I couldn't rotate vehicle placement? I don't know. We'll paint it Atreides colors, though. Alright. So, we're good there. Let's go. We'll take the assault back. We'll unload it this time. Holy crap. Oh yeah, hang on. We had, one sec. We got a swatch yesterday. Customize. Yeah. It's eCast. We can paint our things. I don't know that I like this color set so much. It's kind of green. Look at that. We definitely need some more of those. Where do I get an Atreides swatch? I want to paint all my machinery Atreides colors. Anyway, squirrel. The fuel and stuff can go in the cargo container, so we're good. Let's run this loop back. We'll bring the scout out because we can put it in our pocket. And then we will head back. Start taking things down. We'll be a couple resources shy from whatever's taken damage, but the rest of it will be fine. I wish that we need to bring a replicator as well. Because we need to take a new copy of that base as it exists right now. Because we've changed it. So we need to chuck the old copies, make new ones. I kind of wish that they would have done something more like the blueprint licensing system for bases. It's kind of annoying to have to manage a bunch of different replicators that get consumed when you drop the base down. How many of them I had and where I put them. And like, why didn't they just do... Anyway, why didn't they just do like, you know, this? Why not this? Because like, I get that they want people to be able to like sell them into share bases, right? We already have facilities to do such a thing. A limited amount of productions. kind of a weird choice. Spice all over on the ground today, though. That's tempting, but we have other missions. That one's like way closer to the shield wall than normal. Alright, up we go. So we can clear the wall here. The last of that free fuel cell in here. Got one more of them too. Got a couple mediums. We'll grab the mediums before we go as well. Back from the base. Let's burn those up first. Here we go. Alright, so replicators, unload, and anything else? I don't think anything else. Drop the bike off so we have an empty vehicle backup tool. Okay. Let's go. Thank you. Chuggies, laggies, love it. Go drop ingots from assault. You and you are all extra. Then we have some chems. Products thereof, some cobalt, some silicon, wood, spice, lots of residue, and another batch. So we got 1,200 spice in here. Amazing. Love it. Love it a lot. Got a thing there. Fiber rather. Some of those. We've got a little batch of Servox. And then some raw furs. Flour sand. There we go. Very good. We need to go downstairs and put our bike down so that we have a free slot. Our backup tool. Put you like right here. Make a couple things from those, so we'll do that. And then that's all we can make. That's fine with me. Just let that run. Backup tools. Backup tools. Do I put them in the overflow here? Nope, I didn't. I'll grab Just a bunch of fuel, though. Did I put them in here? Okay, there's one. Alright, we need to make a couple more backup tools then. And these large cells. Oh, that's right. This was full. That's why they're in there. Alright, we'll need one large cell. We'll keep that. Just in case we run through the others. We should be able to make it back without burning all of that, but so it be. Solido replicator. Let's just make like 3 more. Yeah. Put those in here too. Take those out. Put them away. 20 particulate filter. Go. Alright, so we have 3 of them. 4 of them, rather. 3 of them are empty. 1 of them has the old blueprint, which we will forget before we go out. Alright. Either way, scout hangar. Let's go. Double check. Yep. My coffee's broken. We'll do that in a second here. While this loads, I'll put some water in. And then, by the time I get home to the base, it'll be ready. So, loading screen, be right back. There we go. That will become delicious very soon. Up we go. Woo! It's purple today. The Aurora. Is it still an Aurora Borealis if it's on Arrakis? I have questions. Or is that one of those things such as, you know, we call any star with planets circling it a solar system often, but solar system, I believe, would technically only be our star system on account of the star being named Sol. Fun things to think about. even here we call the star light and the star heat, you know, the sun. Oh, the sun too much, getting heat stroke, sunstroke, you know. The effect is called sunstroke. Is it really a sun? Or is that Sol? Is it a star? I'm uncertain. Which brings up about interesting questions. This, if you project yourself however many years into the future and imagine we were exploring other stars and star systems, would it just become a colloquialism to call them all suns and all solar systems? Would language change in that way, or would we change speech pattern? Would it become more important to us to distinguish our star from others? There's the water. So as soon as we land, I'll put that into the coffee.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
5 minutes
is
for a
approaching.
sandstorm out here. We gotta be cautious of that too. As soon as we get to everything torn down, it'll be time to hustle. So we'll do all the internals first like we normally do, but the likelihood of sandstorm is much higher out here, I'm pretty sure. Just because of the way things work. Alright, let me go get that coffee really quick, and I'll be right back. And we'll do the start on the internals. Well, we got a copy. Got a copy first, but yeah.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There we go. Alright, we'll see if we have time to get these all copied real quick. We should. Just do 2 at a time. Go out front here.
Sector weather alert. A large
3 minutes
sandstorm is
could be
approaching.
plenty of time. Copy building. Copy building. Replace you. Replace you. Copy building. I don't think we're going to use this 4 times more, but just in case. Get it all copied up. We'll need you. And I'm going to start at the top here. Everything we got to do now, except for the outside guys, we can do from safety. All of this into the cargo container. Let's just carry you
Sector
with
weather
me.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
All of this into the cargo container. Pick these apart. Make sure we put everything in here for now. Actually, let me do this as well. Keep that on me. The rest can go in there. You have a couple things into the carrier container. All of that in there. Oop, I just deposited that one here. Didn't think about that. Let's fix that problem before it bites me again. Yeah, the rest of that can stay there for a second. You're done.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Into the carrier container. That's empty. This should be empty. Yep. You. Yep. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Excellent. A second. Do we put you up here? We did. So you're already down to almost not excellent. Or maybe no. Maybe they have a little bit further to go on that. Anyway, hard to say. To figure out,
Sector
like,
weather alert. A large
ballpark how
sandstorm
much
is
I'm
approaching.
losing from the plasto. You have just darts in you, that's fine. You taken up. We can actually put the darts in there, that would be alright. You. Too much stuff to go in one pocket. That's okay. Just shuffle it on in. Like so. Ooh, I hear lightning. Can we see? I mean, that side. Can we see lightning? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can. Kind of. Window isn't much good at it right now, eh? Way cooler than the Agasaurs. I think I paid attention to that last time I was out here when there was a storm. Alright. All of this can go into the carrier container. We're still so good on stuff. Oop, I forgot these guys. That. there. Into the carrier. That. Not quite. Not quite enough space. Alright, that's all of that in there. Some extra machinery. Will you all fit without? Yes. Just enough space. All of that. Perfect. Okie dokie. I should bring the container out with me, though. Here. There we go. Extra filter into the carrier. Same with that one. And make sure to put all of those in so that we can just quick deposit. Like so. Into the carrier. Carrier. All that in there. Everything. Yes. Up before I take that down, and then we'll shove this all in here. Come in here with me. Wish I could demolish straight into a container. That would be nice. Oh well. All of this into the carrier. Outside, I forgot. Let's go do this carrier. This carrier. This carrier. This carrier. Actually glad that storm came through here. Probably means that we shouldn't be due for another for a hot second. Okay. And our fuel gens should be enough to run the base and the shields, or the shield, just fine. So we can take all these down. Without worry. Like so. Yeah, you were already down to excellent here. And if these guys are down slightly further, and you've been out here for like 3 days, and they've been out here since way longer, Granite out this far might not live. It's good to know. I'm glad we decided to go Plastone. Alright. Don't think anything else. I guess we can take down the gens as well. Like, the shield will go down. But the shield goes down in the sandstorm anyway. It's the pentashield. That's what I'm worried about. There we go. I remember now. Worried, you know, being slightly stronger. Okay, put those away first. We're about to go up there and take that down anyway, though, so doesn't really matter. It was 2 of these I can... Nope. Alright, that's fine. It doesn't. We'll get there in time, and that's done with you for now. All of that goes in there. And my pentashield goes in there. Done. We'll snatch that cargo container out of there, drop it down outside. Perfect. Close as we can. Like so. Reasonably close to the rocks. Make sure I'm not on the worm sand. Perfect. We'll start tearing this down. We did a full length of foundations just because I liked it better. But that's no problem. We can still quick down this guy. Oops. You in there. Have any steel in there? Must not. Okay, cool. Ooh, I am stuck in my base. There we go. Stuff. Plastone has more of the above is coming down now, which is fine. And grab that. You go in there. Do I have anything else in my pocket? Nope. Okay, good. All of it down. All of that in there. Start shuffling a little further away. I should have stood a little further back, but it's okay. All of that done. All right. Let's go. Save a little heat just in case we need to boost for some other reason. Feed it the rest of these little cells while we're here too. Perfect. All in all, a very, very successful weekend in the deep desert. Pretty pleased with what we managed to get accomplished. And we should have more than enough resources to be able to do a large refinery next week when we're out here. Saving a little bit of that heat just in case. The headroom there. For anybody who missed the announcement yesterday, next week, so I said next week when we're out here, I mean the next week we're out here. Next week I will not be streaming. I have some projects I need to work on. I really want to get finished up. So I'm going to focus up on that. But the following week, on Friday, we'll be back as normal, scheduled, unless something crazy happens. In which case, just keep an eye on socials or Twitch. They don't give me a good way to contact to post things, really. But YouTube, the little posty things I'll use, Discord, all the social medias. I'll make a announcement if anything comes up. Because I need to get this thing done as close to as I possibly can. Boost. Do. Gain some altitude though. Get over this little rise in the wall. Okie dokie. Mm-hmm. Drop you, I guess, in the assault hangar for now. It's probably the best place for it until we build something that can more easily, or in a more dedicated fashion, house just the container during times when it's here. We'll probably want another hangar or another container for later, like, I don't know, we'll see how the logistics work out later. Because it's kind of not useful without the carrier. The carrier leaves the deep desert when we're out there. I am too far backwards, so let's fix that real quick. My wingies clipping into my other room there. There. That'll do, I hope. Yes. Yes is the answer. So we can go 3 high, and it'll fit perfectly well in there if we're not trying to do a fly-in hangar, if we're doing a lower-in hangar. Which I'm really starting to think I'm going to prefer. Alright, these guys can go over here in the DD box. And everything else can stay in the carrier container for now. And we can spend some time building today on the base. We built this lovely little tower, and I believe that goes to the edge of our claim. Yes, so that is the extreme edge and front. Let's build its mate over here, I suppose. That'll do. So in order to get spacing right, let's just put down some holograms. We're gonna need some support for the holograms, because they follow those rules. And that'll be the extreme edge there. This is the middle of the tower, so the corner piece will be here. And we made them, what, 3 wide on both sides, I think? 'Cause it's a square, right? We already had... Oh, yeah, we were in this over, too. Forgot about that. And we have that in there. Let's swap that out. There we go. We can actually use this instead of the hall. That'll be fine. Probably preferable, really. Fell off. Forgot we had put these down here to start acting as our footings, I guess you could say. Alright. That's as far as we go this way, and then this guy goes forward one more. We'll leave that up for a second. This gets one of those. And the same is true of this one, but we can't really see which way he's facing. We want him to be facing that way, yes, that's correct. Okay. And then we have... Make sure it's 3 wide. It should be 3 wide because we just kind of went with the smallest tower, I think. Yes. Yes is the answer. Alright, let's go ahead and put this here to fill in this gap so it doesn't look all floaty and weird. As well. Go. Sure, it looks like it's in the rock there. Don't think. Oops, my ankles. Yeah, just a little tiny bit would peek there. That's fine. Don't need to put it in there if you can't see it. If we could and it would look funky, we'd take care of it. But we're good to go. So put that there. And we did... Over here, we basically went down as low as we could go with the foundation. And we didn't fix this yet over here. We should do that. Put the corner foundations where they belong. I think that's correct. No, that's the wrong way. Oops. Get you to rotate that way. There we go. And the same for this one. Doesn't matter, but doesn't really matter. But it will make me happy if it faces the correct way. Alright, so we did as low as we could with those, and then, oh yeah, I was going to check the other, because it'll look funky if it's not a straight line. So we just switched straight over to those guys. Okay, and if we need to, we can put the foundation, or the support pillars in, but just like have them hiding in the wall, because this isn't really usable space down here anyway. Like, we could put water or something in here, but it's probably not needed. So we went as low down as we could, like so. We'll keep that going, so we don't have this huge, like, retaining wall type thing going on. And then we were doing the techie corners, and then we did smooth wall, dimpled wall in a pattern up to where things are less foundation-y, quote-unquote, you know? And we did the same. It's just of tech blocks over there. Okay. You know what? I like the way this works better. We don't have... Okay, yeah, that's just a plain corner, no window. Okay, that works. And I know I'm baking in the sun. I liked this pattern better. No. This one, because then it's in the middle like that. There. I like that. So we're going to keep doing that over there. This side kind of just hidden, so it's fine. We'll see what we want to do with that when the time comes. But the corner, for the sake of wrapping around, should be one of those. And then this one's buried in the rock anyway, so that's fine with me. Do I want to do anything else there? This needs to be that. There we go. That's better. Alright, so tech blocks for... three wall sections on the corners. That's roughly, that is exactly the same height. That's good. So, techie corner. Techie corner. Ooh. Techie. 2 2, 3. Two and 3. There we go. And then on the front face we did flat, dimpled, flat, dimpled. Face, flat, dimpled, flat. And this is where we switch to the plain corner as well. And we do dimpled. And then on the outside, we did dimpled, flat, dimpled, right? Here. Yeah, dimpled, flat, dimpled. Dimple. Flat. Dimple. Wait. That shouldn't go that high. There we go. Believe this is correct. So that should be a dimple block even with the smooth corner. Yes. Okay. And then we did the window corners from there up. In here, we just did flats, which is fine with me. Still. So, flat. So. Alright. This corner we need to finish up. So you are plain corner here. You'll sink into the rock, which is totally fine. There we go. But below that, you should be one of these. All the way down. Perfect. We shouldn't need that anymore. It's got its support already. Right here you can kind of see a little bit poke up, I think. So let's go ahead. The correct block in, just so it has a thing to stand on there. And then we did... Wait. Am I off? Shade up really quick. We do 3. Okay, yeah. Wait. I am off. I'm off by a bit. Whoops. Because this is where the plane walls should end. Is right there. Oops. The sun is killing me. Nope. That's where that should go. I'm gonna figure out what I screwed up here real quick. That part, I think, is correct still. Alright, go away, Sunstroke. Busy. Okay, so we did dimples and flats all the way up. That's correct there. It's the tech blocks down there. That's what we messed up. Okay, so you go to the top of the techie block corners, which is 3 high. That's correct. That's what I messed up over here. Okay. And ideally, I'd love to get rid of this foundation if I can. Just for the aesthetic of having this be even-ish. Shouldn't be a problem. Oops. Go to the right place. Thank you. Alright, that goes there, and then our corner in here. Like so. There we go. And then we go dimple, flat, dimple. Like that. Our corners here are the plain corner. Come on now. Snapping. Snapping is arguing with me. There we go. And then this is just dimple, flat, dimple, flat. So we're good there, so flat. Dimple, I believe. Normal corners. Like so. Like so. And then on this side, facing outward, it's dimple flat down. I am off by a half a block here. Whoops. Let's fix that. Started right there. Oh no, it started deeper. Oops. That was all messed up. Okay. If this snapping would actually work correctly, it would make this job much easier. There. You go there. And then you go here just so we don't have an awkward gap. Oh my gosh. You absolute dog. There. Stay. Be the right way around? Yes. Okay. Things I do for not having gaps. Okay. And then a plain corner here. Go back to where we were. So we're in dimple flat land here. I don't need this in the middle. It's not doing anything. No longer touching anybody. You are technically supporting nothing either, because there's that holding that up. So that can come back, save block, save some resources. This is a flat here. Meaning this is a dim. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with you? Snapping is scuffed right now. There. Okay. And that takes us to the first level where we do nice things. Let's do floors in here real quick so it's easier to stand on things and hopefully help snapping be less awful. Go. Or which way we faced anything. I don't think it matters. We'll just face it that way. And then we can start running these up. We went 3 high on these as well. Like so. At least to start with. That'll be fine. We may take them higher later. We have lots of headroom still. Alright, and then we did door here. And then a nice little slotted window there. And then another the door, right? Yep, door and then slotted window. Which means that... Wait. One, two, three. Oh, we went 4 high. Okay. I apparently can't count. There we go. Like so. And that means that there is a floor here, because there's a door, so you gotta walk on it. There we go. There we go. I don't think we did any stairs or anything just yet. It's a future me problem. If we want to have stairs there or not. I don't know yet. We're just kind of figuring out what we like. Alright, so on the outsides here, so the inwards facing side, we just did more of the slotted windows. Cool. Reasonably happy with that, I think. Up, 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 and up. And there's no, like, different... There's no, like, bottom and top pieces there, right? Yeah, we got the big old gate. Something to think about trying to figure out a nice use for. Yeah, and I don't see anything there. Alright, let me go get a drink of water. Make sure we stay hydrated out here after I baked myself in the sun all morning. All evening, I guess it would be. There we go. Alright. That actually looks pretty good. Good start at the very least. What did we do over here? For the top piece. We did the same thing. We just did windows on this side. And then on the outside... More windows. Alright, cool. Easy. Windows all the way up. And in fact... Let's go up here. Have you noticed your video has these half-second freezes often? Audio is fine. Yeah, my internet is not the best, but it's the only option I have. So unfortunately, it's sometimes the upload speed just like drops for a little bit, and I drop some frames. It's happening right now, as a matter of fact. Oops. I am stuck in the wall that misplaced. Yeah. I believe that they are oversubscribed because I already chased the support line bunny trail, and it was an immensely frustrating waste of my time. Like, they would say, oh, we see you have a router plugged in. You should unplug it and use our wireless router. I'm like, that's not going to be the issue, but okay, fine. And then I say, okay, here you go. It's still doing it. And then the next guy, completely different person, different name, whatever, is like, oh, I see that you are using our router. Could you have your router plugged in and see if it fixes the issue? And I'm like, no, because we just did that. And they just bounced me around to useless people after useless people, and I eventually just stopped replying to the ticket. I was like, fuck you guys. You absolute bastards. Okay. I think that they're oversubscribed in this area, is what I think. And they just won't admit it. So instead, they make up time-wasting questions to constantly ask you. And shuffle you about. Put a little tippy-topper on here for now, and we've got 2 towers. Lovely. Now let's figure out how to connect them in a way that's useful to us. I don't know if these doors are going to stay where they are, because I kind of think that it would be cool to recess in one, right? So if we were to instead do... Well, it is recessed in. Recessed in 1 block, because those squares, they just look a little different in the Atreides set. I guess it's all right. Let's find out. Let's put more walls in. See what we like. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could try like a nice big stripe of this guy up the middle, and then plain on the side, so it's not too busy looking, to get us up to the level of this floor, which is the first like usable area, really. See how we like that. Go from there. We could even like leave this section open as a walkway if we were to put floors on it. That might be kind of neat. Where is this Atreides tile that has the lights in it that I keep seeing other people use? Not that one. I wonder if it's a different set. And it just looks Atreides-y. And now to connect them all, and again it just works right. What if we... Ooh, hello. What if we left a walkway here? And put nice little guardrails up. For OSHA reasons, you know? I mean... Aside from needing to carry this down further, I kind of dig it. We don't need all these foundation blocks here. Whoop. I'm gonna fall off the edge, though. That's how I roll. I'll take a look at that in a minute, I guess. A second here. Let's run that. We can still keep our foundation at the very bottom, but this will look nicer, I think. Yeah. For the backside like that, I'm very happy, I think. I want to do something a little more interesting for sides that are facing not cliff walls, but that's all right. Okay. Now, we could extend this into a big square that's the size of this thing, and I think that might be what I want to do. I'm not 100% sure. What if we just started filling this in? It would be very squarey, but that's
Sector weather alert. A large
in
sandstorm
keeping
is
with the
approaching.
Atreides set, right? It wants to be a castle set, really. So we need to come up one level, at least a half wall. A full wall would probably be a better thing, just for the sake of keeping things lined up. We gotta figure out how to negotiate this into something decent. We got a minute before he shows up. Let's take it back. I would like to keep the narrow, or sorry, the shallow incline steps over doing a steep. The 45s are, I like them less. Ow, my ankles.
Sector weather alert.
Of
A
course,
large
the Spencer
sandstorm
belt
is
is
approaching.
pretty close to chowdered. That's okay. It's cheap. Making the outside look decent. Definitely on my mind. While that blows over, let's see what you get. Do. I have no idea what's going on. Looks like Fallout 4 or something. Or whatever the 76, whatever the open worldy one was. Oh, let's see here. That hour showing he's masterpiece Fallout 4. Gotcha. Wait, what? Why wouldn't connecting power lines in a game work? That's how games work. They just work. I didn't really pay much attention to the Fallout. Like, anything they've done Fallout-wise in decades, I haven't paid attention to, really. It was kind of like oh, they're making a Fallout game, cool. We'll see if it's any good, and then everybody hated it, so I never bothered looking at it. But the, what do I want to do this side? The, Starfield announcement. I was like in the same boat. I was like, okay, well, we'll see what you make, you know. And then as more and more stuff was released about it, I was like, bro, we had this game already. It was called Freelancer, and it was in like the early mid 2000s. Like if you're gonna say that this is the next best thing in gaming, you gotta bring more than a rework, a remaster of Freelancer with a little Skyrim thrown in, you know? Then you haven't watched the show? No, I didn't. I don't generally watch those, like, announcements. I don't watch E3 or anything like that. Like, especially after how many big-name studios have released just utter garbage, I'm very much in the show me camp, you know? Like, I don't care about your hype. Show me. How many walls would these be wide? This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That might be the tower start, though. How about Elder Scrolls? What do you mean about it? Like, I've played Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim, and the online version, which I don't like. It just doesn't feel Elder Scrolls-y. Yeah. And I know they're supposed to be remastering, or did remaster Oblivion, and I'm like, eh. Like, I've played that game. I don't know that I want to play a remaster. I would like a new game that's actually Oblivion, or actually Elder Scrolls-y. Assuming you could make one that wasn't awful. We might be able to get away with doing this. And yeah, I can go over this line, but I want to keep it proportional. We run this down to the bottom. I'm okay with raw foundation there. That's not a problem with me. For me. And then we can come out one more on these. Suppose it would be nice from this angle if we had that be the end of the foundations for that. And then I'd be here. I've got just enough room to do that. And that gives me my 3, which this would end up needing to be one of these guys to do a tower, which I do kind of want to do. Because we only have one wide here. Although, hang on. That's the original. 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, we have room for one more horizontal staking, I believe. Because the initial one doesn't count as an extension. So we have that in our pocket if we decide to do something with it. What that would be, I don't know yet. But it's a thing. We'll only do it if we need it. Because if we put it here, then we're going to have a narrow section here, which it could be fine. But right now we're nicely centered in our T shape. We'd have to think about what we want to do. Empyrean Galactic Survivor is a neat space game. Yeah, not fancy like Starfield. There's a lot of fun things to do in a cool way. Empyrean is like my go-to example for people of it's an indie game. The graphics are not amazing, but they tried. They tried, they did, it's perfectly serviceable. They did an indie version of like something that only things like Elite Dangerous were doing at the time, of like a no loading screen, huge universe space game. I guess No Man's Sky would have been in that same era, right? But they did it as a tiny indie team. Their building and crafting is really good. Like, It's one of my favorite indie games of all time, actually. I've played a lot of Imperium, and especially with Reforged Eden. Reforged Eden makes it a way better game. It has its issues, right? Like, we didn't get crouching in that game until like a couple years ago. And the FPS combat has been trash since day one. Like, but it's a great example of an indie game that was ambitious. It tried really hard. They delivered a fun game despite its flaws. I enjoy that game a lot. Yeah, some issues. Yeah, building it is so good. Yeah, I really like the spaceship building. It's very good. Like, and that came out kind of in the same era as like Space Engineers, right? And Space Engineers is a really, really, really great building and scavenging and salvaging game. Less so a good survival game. Imperium is a better survival game, slightly less good building, but it's all very, like, it was a high effort, ambitious indie project that delivered a game, you know? And it's amazing for that. Like, it goes in my Hall of Fame alongside my favorite terrible game ever, which is PlanetSide 2. Which is objectively crap. Nowhere near as good as PlanetSide 1. But close enough to be a fun time when it's actually working. I hear that they have completely screwed the pooch on it lately, which is deeply sad to me, but everything that has a beginning has an end, Neo. You know? And I think PlanetSide 1 was an indie game too, if I'm not mistaken. That's like early days, you know, of gaming for me. Before I really cared about knowing who the publisher was and all that, or had any real opinions formed on such things, you know? It was just a game I went to the store and got one day. Turns out it was amazing. The expansion's less so, but, you know. Also, like, fundamentally flawed in a lot of ways, but pushed the boundaries of what, like, games could be. Like, we're talking in an era when Battlefield 1942 was new. Relatively new. It was still relevant, you know, culturally. They came out with, like, a combined arms MMO FPS, like, where you could end up in, like, a massive three-way fight. And often did. And it was incredible. Alright, let's clear that up. We don't need them. We're just using them for foundational stuff. And we can put in pillars, like I was saying earlier, if we have to. I wasn't doing these at the bottom, though, was I? I was doing something else. We were keeping it just to the corners because otherwise it wound up being just way too busy, I think. Even down low? No, down low I was. Okay. I'm still okay with that, I think. And we'll do something with this down here. Yeah. That's up one level too far, though. Need to carry that over. Which is okay. let's see. We should be on a dimple at this level to stay in a line. These guys here, if we carry over the style from the other wall, should be those. You're still 5 wide, though? Yes, okay. Or 4 wide, rather? That's fine. That's all well and good. Happy with that. And I think we're just going to have to... try it and see to find out if we like this. Like, it's very much a square castle inspired by, like, historical castles, right? We'll have to carry it around and see if it's too squarey boxy in context with the rest of stuff. I think that's the only way we'll know. We do that, and then we want a smooth wall here. Over here, we start with a dimple at this level. For that. We do a plain corner. Snapping gets very confused when we go this way instead to help it out, maybe. There we go. This should be a tech wall then. We're going to carry that around. And then a tech corner. Like so. That... leave. It's visible. We have one below it, so let's go ahead and replace that. We don't need that. We'll keep that in there for the sake of stability and because it's like mostly hidden anyway. That's fine. We need a tech wall. Oops, there. And then a tech corner here. And then we were doing just regular flat guys there. I don't think we're going to be able to see that. So we might be able to get away with not having him here at all. Let's try it. The corner we need because you can kind of see through around there a little bit. And right there. Alright, so we need a smooth corner here just to do our dividing band thing, and then on the outside I think it's all dimples at the bottom. Let's double check. Yes. Oh, except for outside here we do smooth dimple, smooth dimple. We did different things on different sides. Which I'm okay with. I just want to be consistent. So let's replace these guys. I'm okay with that. And then this guy we actually did... We did different things there too. Okay. Hold up. We gotta decide if we want to keep those blocks. Oh, no, no. Okay, yeah, we're good. We went up to there with them. The thing that's wrong is this wall. It's because this is only one of those. It needs to be two. There we go. Okay. And then we have the smooth wall on that side, and then the inner section that pokes above the wall. Or below, rather, the wall. We just did smooths in there. It depends on what we're going to see over here. They're smooth here because we don't see them. And we just want the support for the above sections. Which actually I think we want here too. Because I think it's going to simplify our life later on. To have that support carried up, right? Because that touches a foundation down there. Which should be more or less consistent with the way the stability system works, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so we have you, tech block in the corner, we got that. We do need to do something about this little gap here. Which may just be a nice smooth wall, just to fill it up so we don't have holes in there. For now, at least. Wait, no. If we run a line, a wall this way, then we'll be fine. We won't need that. Why was I? Oh, you know what? I was looking at the wrong way. This is smooth because it's... Okay, yeah. I'm failing to rotate in my head correctly. I went backwards. Okay, that's better. Those can be smooth because they won't get seen. The same is true here because we're going to carry our foundation this way. And I want to keep... So because this should poke out... Just hologram these really quick. Oops, that was the wrong spot. So if we carry a wall straight over, a line straight over, we won't be able to get low enough to be in a line with that, with foundations, so let's just do wall then. We'll just do these, actually. This is fine. We could put a foundation in there, but I don't want... I want the lines to stay consistent, basically. That's what I think. It wouldn't look bad as long as we did them all at the same level. It would just be funky. And actually that layer shouldn't be there, because it should be only 4 wide here. And then we replace the middles for now. We can always do a little bit different decorations later if we decide we want to, but for now, that should do what we had done before. And some of this will depend on what we do in this area, but for now, that gets that in the correct spot. We'll go up another level to keep us on the right plane here. Because this should be our smooth boundary. Smooth corners. Smooth corners. Smooth corners. Oop. Missed. Yeah. Come on, snapping, you can do it. There we go. Okay, and then dimples on the front and back. This side and this side. Except for that's not correct. Unless I've got wrong ordering here, which is possible, but these are the fronts. They're not the insides. They're the equivalent, because they face outward, to these guys. Did we do the same thing? We did, yeah, smooth and dimple. Okay, so at the smooth level, they should be smooth. That is... Nope, I lied. At the level of the smooth corner, they are dimple. So that's correct. I've got a different ordering going on. Messed up. So that's the dimple, then that's the smooth. Then you're a dimple and you're a dimple. So okay. Good enough. Wait, we already have a smooth. How many smooth? How badly did I mess this up? This is the smooth level. This is supposed to be... one more tech block? Which one did I mess up? This guy has 3 smooth ones. Ooh, hello. Lag. And then you... You have 2. I've messed up this corner. That's what's going on. That should have been that. We did correct. We did it right there. So this should be the top of the smooth ones, right? Here, yes. So that's accurate. And then we should be 3 high on the smoothies. We also end with dimpled wall here. Like so. And then that's still only 2. These guys should be smooth. Because this is lower down, that's why it works out like that. Okay. And that was smooth dimples, and smooth. There we go. Now she's not all wonky jank except for... I messed up this one really bad. Somehow, some way. Let's double check my count here. That's this 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, that's right. Except for that one. This corner is wrong. Fix that. Oop, no, one more up. There we go. Hard to see far enough away to this right. Those are in a line. That's correct. Those are all the same. That's all correct. We do tech block all the way there. It starts with a dimple there. Not sure. Happy with that. We'll leave it for now. And we'll go change them all at the same time if we do decide to change. Something is still not lined up over here, though. Let's look at our corner. So techie blocks, 3 smoothies, and then we go to the nice blocks, or the ritzy blocks, I should say. They're all nice blocks. The ritzy ones, and then this line. Something's off here. This should be carried up further, but then... Oh, you know what? I have too many smoothies. 1, 2, 3. This should be textile. Okay. I put the wrong thing. I didn't mess it up when I had this here. The blocks are just narrower than I initially thought. There. Okay. Now we should have everything lined. Yes, perfect. And we'll just make sure we carry that around all the way here. And we're doing those on the outside for now, so we'll keep to that. And then we wrap around. Yeah. Except we do have an extra foundation here. So if we were to put you in place here, and then smooth there. We can still see the foundation down below there, but it'll actually be on the correct level. It's part of the problem. That's why the numbers aren't numbering. Okay. Carry that around. So now these, they look to be on the same plane. Let's make sure. Extra sure now. Now that I've messed it up 4 times in a row. So we go doop, 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 doop. Yep, okay, cool. So that's corrected. We come over here and this guy goes to be a smooth instead of the tech block. There we go. Alright. We have just enough foundation poking through down there to be foundation-y. Perfect. I'd also consider doing like a nice ramp there or something. We got lots of room to play with on that wall, so we have some options. The entryway would be a little bit awkward unless we made a really long. Don't know about that yet. But this is our 4, so if we come back out, make sure we don't end up in the wrong place. Should do this one. That's what I should do. We stick that out like so. Then we can go down 1 more. Insufficient stability. Let's see where we can get here. But this one right here, no, that won't quite sit in there like I want it to, I don't think. Should be 1 more. So this line wall-wise should be the dimple. Leave. Was to do that, and then we would have a smoothie there, but I don't have the stability to hologram it. Can I get that on there? No, can't. Of course not. It's not the end of the world because we can put foundations in here that are hidden. Let me do this. Let me put you there. Then we can drop a foundation here. I want to do that. Needs to be down one more block. If anything, I think once we get over here it'll work. Let's do this. Let's hologram these in. For the sake of like our spacing now. This one can exist for real. And then no, that's still gonna be... I have foundation poking out over here though, don't I? Oh, it's way low. Okay. It'll still work stability system wise, it's just we have to kind of cheat it a little bit. Okay. Let me think here. How do I get this down? Or do I just put you here instead so that can come out? We just do a cheeky roof tile here so that you have the support to exist, and then the wall goes in for cosmetics only, like so. Like so. Leave your smooth down here. Here we go, like that. Like so. Okay. These guys carry up to there. And then we're smooth. Dimple. Tools bugged. Why won't you let me? There he goes. Weird. Smooth. Smooth. Unless I messed that up again. Dimples at the top. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Go fill in this corner really quick. The correct block. There we go. Back block. Back block. And then this will be smooth, I believe. And then here, it's all invisible. Probably get something like this going. And then something like that. So that we can put you here in the correct place. Then we don't need that anymore. Smooth corners, 3. Two, 3. 2, 3. Here we are on the smooth dimple pattern. Dimples should be at the top end of the tech block. Wait a second. Okay, that one's a smooth. Yeah, we're good. Dimples above tech block end. It's the correct calibration. Pattern. And then it's smooth right before, no, dimpled right before the window. 1, 2. What? That one. That one. That one. There we go. And that's a smooth down there, but it doesn't matter really too much. Facing dimples out there. Remind me what I did for this wall. Same deal, except for these guys down here need to be tech blocks because they're the outside one. That. And then we start with a dimpled wall on this side here. Correct facing. There. Like so. And there's our towers on this side. Except... oh my gosh, get over the rock, you goofy. Out of the still suit there. For you, need your corner in to pick up the pattern where we were. This one, correct height. There we go. 2 smoothies, which means this guy would have been smooth. We'll put him in place to tie into the foundation there. Given that we have that foundation now, do we still require this connection? It's probably going to make our life easier to have it in the future. And we may end up going and putting them into the other towers. Just because of the way that it's like, it's not physical stability. It has to do with like connection and distance from foundation blocks, I think. It's kind of the way it seems to work. So let's also actually hang on. This should be foundation now. Oops. Ooh, it's a good thing I put that in place, because it just saved me a little bit of a disaster there. Alright, that needs to go back there. I took the wrong one out. That should be foundation. There we go. Now, put you back. And I'll go fix my oops. Alright, here. Love it, foundation poked down, but the rocks just don't cooperate. So either the line sucks and doesn't line up with its neighbors, or we just play slightly janky foundation games. Except for that shouldn't be a tech block down there. It should be just a smooth... There we go. Alright. Let's go fix this up. Like I was trying to do. We'll put that there because it can clip into the wall and give us a little bit more stability. By wall, I mean the rock wall. And then we'll just run our plain Jane smoothies up there. Both sides here. Perfection. Alright. Have to figure out what we want to do with, like, this gap here. Or this home, I should say, here. Things are looking decent, I think. I need to use the restroom, and possibly, definitely put in more coffee. Give me just a second here. We'll go sit inside and not be baking in the sun. So I can do that. Start the water, use the restroom, let it heat up, we'll build while it finishes, and then, yeah. See you in a minute. There we go. Sorry, it took a little longer than I expected. Oh, I'm almost blurry. My camera, or my coffee. Hang on. Get that open. The container was empty, so I had to go get the other one and open it up and all that other stuff. There we go. All right. Come on now. Behave yourself. There. And now stop. Stop messing with yourself. There we go. You're bad at focusing. You're not allowed to do it. Let's go. Get these towers done. Now, with more caffeine. Oop. Ah, my ankles. It's okay, I wasn't using them. Okay, so... Well, I want to put in the floor, so just think about this guy. This guy probably needs to become a door, maybe? We'll see. We'll see how, like, the flow of the base goes and, like, what we end up putting in here. Because right now we're kind of shaping the outside, and maybe that's, like, a mistake. Maybe I should be planning the insides a little more. I don't know. I'm not an interior designer. Just mess around, see if I make something I like or not. Fortunately, we don't have quite as many constraints out here as we do in the deep desert. More resource cost, but it can be much more permanent, much more elaborate, as it is durable, in the sense of it doesn't get taken down. That goes there. These guys, I wish there was like a piece to be the end of the windows. But unless I'm missing something, that's just not a thing we have available to us. I suppose a smooth wall might effectively look that way. It's just there's this little lip around. It would be nice if we could have that on the bottom. But, you know, pretty minor nitpick, really. We'll do our best with what we got. Alright, you... like so. And then I missed a level, apparently. Whoops. That's alright. We'll fix that. Right now, just didn't carry this far enough up. More concerned about the getting all the correct patterns on these towers. Whoops. That's what I want. Down there. Rotate around. Perfect. And then you should put the floor in it, I think, first. Oh, hell. Need to be able to get in here and work with the snapping instead of against it. Pretty high for the second story of wait. No, it should be 4 high. I messed this one up. It's 4 high total. That's 2 per floor. Yeah, I messed up. Okay, that's fine. You should be here instead. I built 3 high because that's pretty much what is a comfortable height to build up to from the ground floor before you really want to start climbing. It'll make it easier, right? There we go. Fix that before I get all heckin' out of sorts. Get you guys in place. You in place. Keep the doors the way they are for just a second. We'll consider doing something different with them. Different layout-wise. When we figure out what we want to put in here. But I'm thinking that I should have been paying attention to the orientation of those, just in case we replace them with something that is more directional. We were facing everything to the right, I believe. Certainly we were today, at least. Are you still? Yeah, okay. You didn't rotate on me, good. It's hard to tell from underneath sometimes which direction they are going. Thinking we pull up, like, internally a level, and this becomes almost basement-y. Like run a wall, I don't know. Not really basement-y, but ground floor-y almost, because of that great big stone in the middle. The hill. Some may call it a mountain. Those people may in fact be technically correct. I like how these pieces slot in there. It's very satisfying. With the corners being as kind of wonky as they are, like they look cool. Throw that in there, and then we'll get our nice little cap on. Perfect. One more. And we'll sort out access to these areas and stuff as well as we go. Walls. 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 And walls. And you should have been a door, so we'll put that in there. We'll get our roof on. I definitely want to preserve... I'm pretty sure I want to preserve these as like towers above whatever level the base ends up at. We have a lot of headroom still. This proportioning, like just overall silhouette, is kind of key to, I think, is kind of key to the castle-y look that I want to go for. Like they usually have, you know, tall towers over top of the central structure, be that, you know, walled in though it may be. Let's run our wall on this side now. Decent space in here. The other thing I was thinking about is having the central area be the production zone actually really worked out well. I liked that a lot. Kind of concentrated our activities, but we don't really spend a lot of time in like the house, which is fine. I mean, it's there because it looks nice mostly, right? But it would be nice if we kind of spend a little more time there, feels like. If that goes there, that's fine because it's all in the rock. You are going to poke out just the tiniest bit, but we can still see the pattern, so we'll do that. And then we go to the level where that ends, the smoothness of the side corners. Do like that. And then put you in place here. And that takes us to the same height. And this one needs to go up one more, that's fine. Correct orientation, please. And then we can put in rather some roofs, all facing towards the east to keep our orientation correct, if it matters later. Alright, so we start to step into, clip into rather, the rocks here. So maybe we don't do this row, because we need to do some inclines. I don't know what exactly I want to do here. Take these back a level. Or a tile, I should say. Something like this. We might replace these with like a different, like a wall and just a stair up or something. Or we might carry the wall higher. I'm not sure. Let's just kind of noodle around and see where we get to and how we feel about it. I did like this. This was cool. Thinking I'll probably want to put doors on all four corners if we do this. We could do like pillars and stuff in here maybe and do like an open area. Because like it's inspired by a castle. It doesn't need to be... You know, we can take a little creative sci-fi license here. Sure. We are indeed in a creative sci-fi world. So if you were to do this, for example, we're half height here, which kind of sucks. But we can maybe make up for that somehow. Other option would be to shrink in further, but then like, what would we put if we did that? Be the purpose of this area, and how do we get into it and out of it and all that? I don't necessarily want to put just like staircases in these guys. I think that, I mean, it would work, but we can do something more creative. For the sake of our spacing, shoot another one of these guys in. And then one of these will put us up on the level of the next floor. And so if we were to... Oh, now snapping. Do something like this. There we go. How would we like this as a concept? Let's do that, and then we'll take down... Now that they touch the walls, the tower walls, take that down, go have a look at it from afar. Uncertain. think it would look better. Let's go take the scout. Use that to get a visual on what we're doing here. Let's take the shortcut here. Scout isn't here, it's in my pocket. I like that. The awkward lighting change. I like the base so far. That's coming together very nicely. But I don't like this weird raised central thing. Like that. Like, we can disguise it as something else. I'd be okay with that. And just leave them as like a walkway around, maybe? Uncertain. But like if you put a wall in there, inside, we would never know that it's kind of wonky half situation. We would need to account for access to this area. This one will look different anyway, I'm sure, because if we put things in the middle here, we probably will, because we got oodles of high space there. So I'd like to lift this bridge in general up, I think. If we leave, just do a smooth to start with. Put too high. The inside won't line up with any windows, but that's fine. This doesn't necessarily need windows in here. Orientation rather. Then we would get a room and a tile and a half tall room in here, which is okay. It's still perfectly usable for room purposes. I just don't like it for layout. Like, it tends to make your lines and your designs, from what I have experimented with in the past. And then we get something like that. I do like that. That's kind of cool. We can put doors on the outside there if we wanted. Maybe some kind of decorations. I could put like banners up in there. Especially if we carry that higher. We need to go higher on the towers if we do that, which is okay. Lots of room. This will be something different anyway. Do these floors, if they're not attached to these stairs, do they get support from this, or am I about to have trouble? About to have trouble. Okay, so now we know. That they need something in here to support them, which is fine. We can make that happen, no problemos, right? Let's just run this in here real quick. And then put foundations in the middle here. Instead of roof tiles. And then they'll have all the support in the world. Just put Don't know if they're going to tie to anything. We'll just do that for now. And it'll be fine. Bring it back to roofs. Which are actually floors. Bring that hologram. Oh, there it is. Do that. That's fine. Totally fine and dandy. We could also take these out and do like a little angled stair in there or something. Could be interesting. You know, shade up here. And then we wouldn't need to put a door into them anywhere else. So like if we were to do this, that should still have lots of support from the other corners. And then we did this. We have to... I don't like that. But that. It's a little better. It's a little wonky still. So we can fill in these guys with wedges. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like it, but let's play with it a little more here. Our wall, place here. Up to the too high. Oops. Get in there. Thank you. Go like that. This side I probably want to do something different with, but for now we'll just box it in like so. Oh no. Napping. Behave yourself. Okay, and then we take out these guys and do our funky little angle steps. Does satisfy my desire to have traversal, for sure. Put in our nice... Inner or outer? I think it was outer. Do that. Oh no, there we go. I don't know if that's lag or my mouse button is dying. Middle mouse button is kind of cooked and I need to replace it, but don't want to just yet. Oops. You go in there instead, right? So we can get all the way around the outside. Around the outside. On the outside. Do that. I don't like it, actually. It's kind of cool. I don't like this as much, but like, we got space and size constraints, you know? I would love this to be a little bit more steppy, but unless we... Let me cut in here a little bit more. Do we damage our internal space to the point of misery if I do that? It would be more like this, and like this. We just put a nice flat floor tile there. That would be fine. And then like this would look way nicer, but yeah, that consumes a ton of space over here. Maybe it's fine though? We gain more space in here. Let's try it. Let's just see. See how we like it as a layout. We need to replace these guys now though, which is fine. Let's make sure I'm in the right orientation. It loves to rotate on me. There we go. Okay. Oops. Not where I want it. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Fill this in. We could use this for something for sure. I like the idea. So we've always kind of built an office in our bases just for the sake of it's fun, right? But it would be cool if it was publicly accessible. And I kind of want to play with that idea in this base. Like, you're allowed to come into my office. You can check out and see. Like, it'd be cool to have like a view over top of the production area, maybe? So we have these lovely windows that we can put to use, right? In this building set. The big square ones I'm thinking of. Do-do-do-do-do. And this, like so. Face that to the east, which is that way, just in case it matters later. The fewer of them we mess up, the fewer we'll have to fix if we switch to something in here that has more directionality to it. I also need to replace these while I'm here. Put some light in here. Where are you going? I want you to face east-ish, so we go that way. Wait, east is behind me. Arrow there, arrow there, arrow there. Perfect. I believe that's correct. One goes that way. Alright, there we go. Get you in place. So we don't have a gap. Oop, there's a little connection blip right there. Love that. Thanks, Internet. Big fan. Alright, so we get that. We get that. We get that. Cool. We got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. This is the last one we need to do. Just the inclines left. Oh. It's like, what am I messing up? I hadn't cut the hole yet. Something like this. Perfect. Alright, we'll leave that like so for now. Could also be a way up, I suppose? I don't know. I need to figure out what we want to do with this in here. That, thank you. Alright. Banners there would go pretty hard. I don't know if I have materials for banners. Let's find out here in a second. First, drink of water. Drink of water. I want to know how tall they are as well. I think that's in decorations. Ornamental, maybe? Wall deco. There they are, I bet. Yep, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so we can do, like, either 15 agave. Wow. Kind of lined it up with those little notches there, but in the middle. An achievement for banners. Nice. Oop, that one's not quite center. Like, if we did that... Oop. Overshot. Yeah. That's awesome. Probably less so on this side, because there's more than likely that will be covered up, but we can fix that later. Definitely on these over here. I'm as centered as I can figure out to be here. Placement blocked by another object. Oh, there we go. Just got to go like right below the holes then, because otherwise I think it's clipping into the roof and being blocked by such. That's okay. Well, they kind of disappear in there once the shade of a roof over top hits them. We'll see. We'll see. If we change our minds, we can always just take them down. Put them someplace else. These guys, though, definitely want roof tile here so we can actually get around in here. These guys we do have to scooch down a little bit. Can I move? I can't. So if you scooch down, then I have room. Cool. A little sloppy on the collisions, I think, but we'll make do. Not quite far enough. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, obviously this goes taller. That's all right. No problemos there. Do like a bridge in the middle. At like this height? That might be cool. I want to go lower though too. The other thing, okay, so I was just thinking about like that idea I was just talking about with the office that's open. If we did that, having like a landing pad in the middle here, that's just, you know, obviously inviting you to land there, might be the way to go. Need to like shuffle all our production stuff out of the way though if we did that, because we need to push the carrier hangar into here, which is where it probably would live in this world where we have this idea. We saw that nice big combined hangar yesterday, I think it was, and I kind of like that idea. And it could be over in here. That could be a thing we do. Because if we're here at this level, that gives me the ability, like I was talking about, to look down into the production floor from there, which would be dope. And this will actually connect as it is, just because we built everything on the same grid. We can do that. We could even maybe think about I would like some decoration on this some way, shape, or form. If we're gonna do this. Oh, I forgot to put my banners over here. Hang on, let's fix that. All deco over here, and basically as high as you go. Can't see the middle. Very well. Blows out all the lighting, but that's okay. Get as high as we can go there. There we are. And also we can do things like, what if we did a floor light in here? Would that get enough lighting on our cool little banners? Or would we need to pull them out? Do both and see which one we like more. From a distance. That one definitely bleeds more light out into the world. That's too far for the light to render. I don't like the light to bleed, for sure. So, let's do. I don't know if they're directional, I don't think they are, but we'll do this. Just to be sure. So then we get it's roughly a hexagon out. Do the same here, there. Try to do the exact same, just a tiny bit, so the pointies are just barely in. There we go. Other thing we could maybe do, because I'm not super happy with that yet. What if we put you as close to in the wall as we could, and as high as you would go, right? And did that instead. I would like you to be taller. That's what would happen. Fortunately, that's just not a thing we can do. We could do these. How would that look? That's horribly off, misaligned. That's still low. Put the top basically at the top of that little notch. There we go. More shines light out than on the flag or on the banner. What if we did instead on the side here? Why you want to keep tilting there? It's weird. I almost want to replace that with a smooth block. That would be better for casting the light better. So if I was to do that. Oh, that's in the way. And then best to get that in the center there. That would light the banners nicely. Is there any other? Could do one of those. It's too busy. Busy in this corner. I like the smooth better. Do our best to center this on this side. Still use something in the middle, but I like that the best so far, I think. Hard to see. Just into... Yeah. Good job for the scout. Alright, let's go with that for now. If we come up with something better, we can do it. We're just kind of getting ideas on paper, more or less, here, so... Let's continue with that process. By on paper, I mean... on the map, on grid, in game, etc. Center you best we can here, and the same here. A little high, I think. There we go. Wish they had like alignment grids, like. I've seen them before in other games. Or like lines, rather. But it's a good start, I think. This side, maybe we leave it alone and let it be a little bit more plain. Just because it faces our rock wall, it faces our neighborhood too. We'll think about it. We'll put these in just to keep the corner ID here. It is feasible that people be coming around that corner. Yeah, hang on. Let's do it. Let's just do it. We'll commit to it for now. Waldico banner. It'll look cool for anybody coming in from that direction. And for us, if we happen to be doing things over there as well.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A large sandstorm is approaching. Oh no! Be a shame if I'd had to go into my super cool castle and wait it out. Okay. Now, how are we gonna get up a level? Could do it in here. Would be kind of in the way of these steps, though. We could do. Could give in and do steep incline.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We might still be able to get away. Actually, we can't do steep because this is a wall and a half high. See, that's where stuff like that gets you in trouble. To be facing that way, it just complicates your life later, right? And then if we switch to the sharp incline here, it'll look funky. So kind of just committed to, if we do this, doing something like this. Which would be kind of okay.
Sector weather alert. A
This
large
would
sandstorm is
consume
approaching.
a large portion of our space in here, though. We could also, like, kind of ditch this idea and make it just a single ramp up in here, steps up in here. That would be okay. It's also entirely possible that we just don't like end up using this space. We'll leave this for now as just a sketch of an idea. We have multiple ideas going on here, but it's fine. Could also do, you know, these guys here. I want to, though, I don't think. It wouldn't line up with this stuff, really. It'd be weird. You'd have to carry it out here. Leave this alone for now, though. We do have space here. I really almost want to put stairs in these guys. We'd end up blocking so much of our cool windows if we did. But this being in the middle of the floor here is really inconvenient. Could do... Depends on what we're doing here, right? Do we leave it open? Do we close it up? And then just leave these guys... Do something like this in here, except for, no, we can't, because this is an even number of blocks wide. So we couldn't really do anything there without doing a ton of it, and that would kind of defeat the purpose of those little cut-ins. Be cool looking like they are. I like the idea of narrowing up in here a little bit. Maybe just leaving the edges poking out, so we do this and that. I don't want to go too narrow. I'm also gonna find places for these guys. I would like them to not be exposed. Just because they're kinda ugly. In, you know, relation to these blocks. Still have to be able to access them though, to put filters in. Maybe we can do something in the towers up high. Like do a half wall on corners and leave the sides open. Kind of look almost like a watchtower looking thing, but just for the sake of the airflow, if that's enough to keep the condenser running or the wind trap running. I don't know. Gotta do something about this too. And like we could go all the way in, cut out these internal walls. That'd be all right. So if we put a landing pad out here, like a public access looking one, right? One that says you are welcome here, basically. And if we want to look down into production land from the office, how are we going to do that? How are we going to lay that out? Office would have to be on that side in that case. That's weird. Why you decided to pull your sword out. And then production below it. But then where do we put our great big hangars? Right? I guess this doesn't have to be the entire... Production land doesn't have to be the entire width of this. Repair, replace. We could do something there. Does the carrier fit inside the assault hangar by chance? It's kind of in my way right now. The assault fits inside the scout hangar, I'm pretty sure. We were pretty generous with our hangar. sizes. Let's just make a little room for him. Like so. I'm gonna have to move the container a little bit over. Maybe not, we'll see. You. One in here. You gotta keep in mind that we don't want to drop the structure out underneath our production area currently, because that would be a really, really bad time to try to gather that all up and put it in boxes in time. But as long as we don't do anything down below in the foundational side, as we kind of noodle through this, we should be alright. Oh yeah, she's gonna fit in here. No problemo. Lots of, tons of. Let's do that for now. Oh well. Thank you. Oop. That whole zone where the wings animate. I should control it just a little. Just a little from here. There, perfect. More than enough. I think when I built that, I was thinking of maybe putting the carrier in there later, but we use all of our tools currently, so I end up just staying. Alright, so if we carried it out like that, if I want to take this pentashield down or not yet. We can replace this for sure. Oh, except for we don't want to, because we want it to poke out a little bit. It's not like that. This one that was on the roof. Like that. Okay. This, oh, okay, this isn't centered in here. That's what's going on. I see. That's why I thought I could get away with that. So this one we can. Right. As long as actually I can replace. I don't need to demolish. If we keep all of this open, we won't really be able to do like the rampy landy guys if we do that. Just thinking about these guys. And having them stick out here. We would need 2 expansions if we wanted to do something like that. We only have, I believe, 1, but what if we did it over here instead? If the office is over here and looks down into production land here, but then where do our hangars go if we were to do that? Well, they go here and here. It kind of makes it harder. Well, I guess production doesn't need to be quite the full width of this either. The factory, so to speak, right? And these can be on the edge of this one. Like, jutting out that away. And then the hangars below them? It would be kind of symmetrical and cool. I don't know if I like it, though. Problem is, if we were to claim on either side of here, we wouldn't be centered on this tower anymore. I'd like to be centered on this tower. We could even claim one this way if we decided to. And put another tower out there, as long as we don't block the road, which we should be good on. Quite mean to dive in there. This would go down level though, if we did that. Maybe. Not sure how I want to do this. Put production over here. And this is the landing pad. And we do like nice big gates here. Like on either side of the pad. Except this is 3 wide and this is 4. So that kind of sucks. Have to do something about that, I suppose. I don't know that I want to narrow up this whole tower, though. We could do it like in the middle here, I suppose, but then not serving any purposes. It could be done in the middle of those guys. I think this is meant to be like... It's just hologram one, hang on. If I can get it... Let's block the shield. The other... These guys... I think they're meant to be above it. I mean, I say meant to, but like... in the sense of like a flow, right? Of architecture. But... they don't clip onto it. We also have these, which are probably supposed to go that way. And that would cover that, but if we were up one more on a wall or something, then it would all kind of be angled, right? Could do it to where that angle is like basically as far out as we can get it here, and then you enter through them on the bottom. I don't know that I want to do that, though. We made this like the landing area. in some way, shape, or form. Decisions, you know it? What other interesting shapes do we have? We've got these guys. We could do that like down below as like a bunkery base, maybe in the middle here, as long as we leave the, you know, or to flank the open road. I want to do more castle than bunker, I think. But it might not be terrible. Have to see what we can think up there. We need garage access still for the buggy. Doesn't need to be necessarily quite as big, because we now know that the sandcrawler doesn't need to be really garaged here. It gets disassembled for our convenience. Currently this basically at the end of the it's almost at the end of the level of the end of the smooth section there. Brought it up one more. Then we'd have too high there, which is good for most of the factory. The spice refinery, the big one, is not. Way taller. I'm being indecisive. We would have to switch to back to the idea of like the fly-in hangar as opposed to lower-in hangar, I think, if we wanted to do the overhang idea, and I just don't love that. Unless it sticks out above the hangars. It would have to be high enough to not be in the way. That would be tricky to accomplish, I think. I mean, we can do, actually, we can mix and match too. Like, we can do fly-in hangars for the little guys, and then a lower in for the carrier somewhere. Like, wherever it fits, essentially. That's possible. Might work. And we actually have a pretty decent size here. If we wanted to do that. Like, this is a decent size for these two guys. And this is 1, 2, 3. I lost count. We do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide. Give or take the corners. Which we're not really in, because they're border up there, so 7 should be fine for this application. So we'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So over to here, basically. And then like underneath or something. It kind of hinges on how we lay out the office portion, though, the public portion. Let me make sure. We should have tons of money in the boxes. Let me make sure that my counting is correct, my math is correct, and my understanding of the rules is correct here. Staking unit craft. Let's see if it tells us if we have a rule. There's just some steel and money, which we have in abundance right now. So we can do this. Yes, it would let us place it. So we could do it here. Put the overhang here. Production could be in there, kind of basically where it is now. Hold off on that for just a second, though. And then, so if we did that, we cut into this a little bit. Doesn't necessarily need to be quite this big in here. We have a lot of room in that central area. And then we would have room here still. In order to make it look right, though, so you'd end up with an offset. How big is these guys? This one, they're a block wide, so any combination we do, they end up with 2 in the middle. So those actually they won't line up with that gate. Okay. This is good to know. Wait, no. Because if we put this... Hang on. I'm dumb. So if we just move this in one... Just want to... behave. Wants to snap to that wall really badly. Will you snap to this wall instead for me? Yeah. Okay, so we could do a 3 over top of the gate. But we don't have to do the gate, right? It's just ideas at this point. The gate. Apparently doesn't like to snap to things either. That's fun. What if I put a thing in the middle and over there? Would you then behave yourself? Not really. You were almost there for a second. You were there, but the wrong way around. I wonder if something over there is interfering with it snapping. Not wrong way around, but a square back. You were almost there. Okay, what if I took that out? Ow. Tapping on this is really broken. Really bad. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What about this side? If I came at it from this angle. I don't know if it's the way I'm trying to snap it in the middle here or what, but like, jeez. Okay, so you like that way a little better, it seems. Okay, maybe that's the trick, as we stand next to it. I put it in backwards, but it gives us an idea, right? So we could do something like that. We would need to pull in basically both sides of this section by a block. Otherwise, it'll look offset over there. I don't love that idea. But I also don't love it's almost like I want a 4 square in the middle and then 2 wings to make this layout work better. But we can't move our claims, so it's either build from scratch in a different spot or make this work. And we're trying to make this work. Could narrow it in one. That will make a lot of other things slightly easier because odd numbers are easier to deal with, right? If we have options for 2
Sector
wide
weather
doors.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, that's the garage door. Like, there we go. That's a 2 wide door. This is a 2 wide door. But they also look kind of industrial, which is fine. Just a matter of what we want to do, right? If we narrow it in 1 block, then we get our cool gate. Do we really want to gate up high, though, like that? Is that going to look funky? Or we'd rather do something else? I think maybe we save gates for another build. Because I don't want to give up a square of space. Really. And B, I feel like they would just do better lower down. Like if we had room on the ground. Like over here we could do a gate. And even if we don't use it as a gate, like we just fill it like they do on a lot of the builds around here, that would be fine, right? Yeah, he's rocking a mono hanger over here too. And he's got a huge door because he needs to get his carrier in, I bet. Right? That's why it's so tall, so that you can actually see what he's doing as he's driving it in. You don't need quite as much headroom for the scout and the assault. I would like it though. I would like to not feel like I'm about to hit the ceiling. We had that problem in the deep desert base. We tried that on. If they just have to get so damn big for that to feel comfortable. And maybe it's just a skill issue, because like obviously these guys have super smooth hangers that seem to be alright. He's kind of playing with the tower idea there too. And he's got his cool little house thing there. Kind of interesting shaped. I really like the idea of the middle landing pad. Just wish it worked better with reality of what I have available to you. If we were to put these guys here, can't really connect you. You won't snap on the other end. They'll only snap to this end. It's okay. They're like 3 blocks long, right? 2, 3, yeah. So I would need to be... This is the extreme end of that. 1, 2, 3 is where this would be here. And then 1, 2, 3. So I'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle, basically. Which I could do. It would be okay. Oh no, this is okay because this is off. Yeah. Does this have another? Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3 puts me at basically the inside of these guys, which is, that's okay. That's alright. That still gives me 4 wide. And then I don't have to have them completely proud of the facing, right? We can nibble a couple in there if we needed to. That would give me basically this area here. And with those taking the place of our, you know, landing pad, acting as it, might be alright. Frog in my throat. Alright, so. What then of this stuff? What would be comfort? We probably want to do how tall? How high is this altitude-wise? It can't be very tall. Very high. I don't want people to feel like they're not supposed to land there, right? For this idea. That's only 5. That's very brief. As a plunk, and then this can tower above you a little bit. The other question is this feeling roomy enough, but not looking like weird and spindly. Let's go take a look at some other things. Just gonna juice up our creativity a little bit. Like they're doing this here. This is the NPC base. That's like too high, maybe? So if we put it at the level of the roof now, they're kind of doing a little different stuff there. Jet off the side, jet off the front. A little spiky jetty. What's this guy playing around with up here? Okay, that's like a little Atreides shape almost. That's cool. And he's got like a little front on there. That's kind of nifty. And here, this looks like a landing pad. Let's go take a look. Let's see if it's open. Is this a welcome? It's a very tight fit. Maybe turn this one better. No access. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it's for his convenience. There's his core in there. That's all we can see. Up there. Oh, those are pillars. That's cool. Little, almost like a Asian sort of influence there. Kind of nifty. Those are empty, but they do kind of make the shape interesting there. He's doing some cool stuff. I kind of like some of this stuff. He's done a different thing with the hangar entirely. It's taller in the middle there, and I bet you that's for the camera. So it doesn't swoosh him down, so you can actually see what he's doing. This thing is, yeah, it's kind of ugly. And also it's the wrong moving pieces for us. It's hard to go. This guy, I like his tunnel. I like how he's got like the tech blocks where the shield is. That looks nifty. And like, he's got the wrong side out there. But it makes more sense that like, obviously the pentashield emitters are these little cornery bits, but it looks cooler that way than have the tech in the wall, almost emitting the shield, right? I like that. It's a good idea. Kind of unitextured there. And he's stacked his hangars, and he's got this little deal. Hello, Buggy. These guys are kind of just cubes, mostly. Are you decaying? You're decaying. That's a shame. Ooh, hello. Wow, that's all triangles. Holy cow. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess not all. There's a strip there of regular. He had to do that for this shaping. It eats up a ton of blocks. Oh, there we go. That's almost perfect still. Kind of a cool spot. I don't think you have access to the ground here without a whole lot of messing around. And I do kind of still want that, I think. Last of my small cell, it's fine. Get lots of... another medium in there too. He's got little jutties, but they're just just juts. They're not landing pads, really. I don't really like the spindly looking staircases like that. And he's got... The shields are turned off here. But like, that would suck to land, you know? It looks like it's more meant to be a balcony. For views, which he does have a cool view. Let's get the rest of the house down here. Different angles on the roofs and stuff, which is nifty. Let's get a nice little dining room there, looks like. That's cool. Very nice. He's got a garage. Arco lights, interesting. I wonder how he has that. Well, this whole thing is flyable in here. That's kind of crazy. Kind of cool, you know? Interesting ideas happening there. He's really embracing the angly, alligator mouthy design that comes from the ramps. Go down over here and see what we got for interesting ideas. He's got a box and then pretend spaceships, which I don't really like. Not my jam. He's got the Atreides symbols, very cool. I really like how he's mixed and matched. Like, this looks like a water silo almost, a water tower, which is super cool if he's done that. Get the water shipper set, and then the other one kind of integrated there, very cool. Hangar-wise, he's got a little one there. Like, I bet you a scout fits in a garage door like that, which is kind of a neat idea. Oh, there's his big hangar here. And I bet he's got hollow up there. He doesn't. Wow. That looks like not fun to park in. I like his use of these tech blocks, though. That's cool. It's kind of embracing a towery style. This is the other NPC base, and they've got, you know, they got the little... Yeah, here, we could do something like this for the wind towers, maybe? With the pillars and then just a roof on top. That would be kind of cool. Kind of conceal them so they're not such an eyesore. And they've got, like, stuff on top of there, you know? That's interesting. And they're using a great big gate here. And that's a 3 blind. The gate does look pretty cool. Where's my cool Atreides banners? Or not banners, but embossed symbols there. Standout symbols. Give me my deco blocks. This guy's just gone full bunker. My base is right across the sand behind Helios Gate. Helios Gate? Where's Helios Gate? This guy's got some really cool decoration going on there. To break up, like, the boring box nature of this section. Is that a tree? Okay, yeah. Gotcha. That's right. Helios Gate, yeah. It's like, it sounds familiar, I just can't place it. Oh, look at that. He's got pillars clipped in to kind of make those walls look a little, or those windows, the observer windows, look a little different. How did you get those to snap to the middle? With triangles, that's how you did that. I bet. Bet you they snap to the center of that if you do a triangle. Interesting. He's got... So work in progress, or are you decaying? This area has crazy base on every server? Yeah. I kind of wanted to come over here myself, but like... It's full. Not surprising, you know? He's gonna still power the Penta Shield. I don't know if this is the same base and he's just working on it or what. Sci-fi mosque? Yeah, kind of. Kind of cool. Interesting ideas happening. I like this guy's great big old T-shape here. Yeah, it hides his carrier hangar. It looks like a little tight to squeeze into, but you know, hey, whatever works, right? Those look like Harco roof pieces. Interesting. Those are Harco balls for sure. And then this is water shippers, that's why it's red. Interesting. How did he get those to clip on? He's got like a half width. Oh, because of these maybe? Or maybe it's the slant. I don't know. That's interesting. Must be... Okay, so he had triangles going up there. And these are clipped to those. That's how he did that. And then with the standout, he's just got those clipped onto them. Very cool. Nice little gate there. I like that. I like the look of the triangles like this, but man, I hate doing that. It sucks so bad. 1,000 blocks to place, and everything always ends up wonky. Oh, he's got Harco pieces here too. Interesting. He's just got stairways. They're purely decorative. Interesting, interesting. Harco here. Those aren't windows, those are railings. He's got a cool little office in there. Wait, where are those book pieces? Why don't I have bookshelf pieces that sit into the walls? Damn it. Which site did those come in? It's a sweet library he's got. I like his office. Yeah, that was super cool. I really dig that. I don't really like the fact that that's no window, but like the windows in this game are all super narrow and tiny, which I guess it kind of makes sense. It's Arrakis, you know. It's sandstorm and miserable sun hell, but like I would like it if it was enclosed and there were bigger windows, like the observer windows. Those are nice and big. Give me some more stuff like that, but different, you know? So, that was an interesting bit of inspiration gathering. We can definitely play more with the rampy, sticky outy sort of shapes that people are doing. I like that idea. People make windows out of this energy field door thing. Yeah, the Penta Shield, yeah. But I don't really particularly like the way that Penta Shields look, is the problem with that. But this guy goes all the way to the edge of the claim over here, which is fine. It's just not... I guess it's only one block, so we could do something. Hang on. Some interesting ideas happening. We could make this jazzed up a little bit, right? By... We'd have to cut into the wall, which I'm probably okay with. If we did something like this, right? That may add something. I don't know if I want to do it on these walls. We are inspired, right? I think I want to leave these ones the way they are, but it's something we definitely want to kind of experiment with in other places. Like maybe here? Maybe? Don't know yet. And if I move that one over, I'd still have a single empty spot there. It's not wide enough to do the fully angly thing there. I like the way this is right now, though, I think, because it's very much the castle, right? It's doing its job well in that regard. We're using the pieces like that. But over here, where things are going to be a little different, I do like that idea of using them. That's the wrong one. It is this one. You know, doing something like this to pull it out a little bit would be cool. And still keep us within our claim. Maybe. We'll see. Kind of shape the outside once we get the framework in place, I think. Jeez. I don't know what's going on today. Allergies going crazy. But we do need to figure out how exactly I want to do this. Let's do this really quick. I don't want to expose the internals of my base to the public just yet here. They can't do anything with it, but like, I don't want people mucking around. So we just box this in really quick so that we can still get to this stuff, but only us. And it can be a little bit ugly and shitty. That's all right. Place. And then I'm okay with taking down that. Let's go put those pieces away before I fill my pockets with junk. Components, and there won't be ore. It'll be chemicals and ingots. Like so. Alright, and we get granite as well. There we go. Stuff we replaced earlier. So we want to have... I don't think we can get away with doing anything but taking this apart and trying it and seeing how it ends up and if we like it. To get the landing pad part decent. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? 9 blockies. That makes sense because it used to be a carrier hangar. clear this out to start with. And see. I'm very full of things again now. Just took a bunch of granite out. Yeah, put blast on away. I think missed one. Do you stick out? Oh, you do. Kind of. Yeah, we'll take that down. And we'll just do a little plug here for now. Actually, we could do... It doesn't need to be there. We'll just do that for now. I could also take this down. Might as well. All of its support comes from the pillars, so we should be okay and safe here. Actually, why don't I just do the whole thing? We'll leave the underside in place for now. The whole top will just wipe the canvas clean. There. And that can be the way it is for now. Until such time as we kind of figure out what we want to do. Okay. The height that I want this thing is kind of the big question mark right now. But let's play with these. What are the correct set? Let's play with these rampy guys. We have to come into the 2 more in to the claim, but then I don't. That's going to be a problem for me. So let's do this. 2 more in. Let's just run a line of plain walls really quick to act as a base so we can experiment a little bit. Like so. And then we can run... This is 9 wide, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide. But that's not the full width because I got a gap here and I got stuff here. You go all the way up to the edge. This is half and half in, so yeah, pretty much. This is the edge of this segment of the claim, which is fine. There's no reason to not extend over it other than just proportioning. It's the only reason I care. So that is 9, and then we have 1 more before the wall. But we do want to have some separation, visual separation there, so that it still reads as a, tower. So then if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's my center point, which I should have done something else with because I need him, I think, for this block to snap to. This sun is brutal. Whoever invented the sun on this planet, 0 out of 10. Do better next time. There. Then we need to replace that just so it doesn't look funky. And we can make these as wide as we want, I think. And then that would be the corresponding edge for that side, and then this one would be the one for this side, right? So that snaps in together like so. And then that has like a distinct lip up. So I would almost want to put a layer there, right? And I think that's what these are actually supposed to be for. No, supposed to be being a strong word, but like kind of what they had in mind. And then I can top this with these other great big long guys. That's the other side, so that's... No? Hang on. Do I need... I need this in here, I think. Let's face it the same direction, just in case we like what we get going here. Gosh. Holograms. You are problematic. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Now, into my special little triangle boys. These are gap filler walls. It's these ones. They don't look like they're triangle enough, but they are. There. Right? And there. Okay, perfect. That boxes all of that in, which gets way taller than I was kind of expecting. Those don't look right. Do I have them backwards? Do I have the wrong... Wait. Maybe? Okay, we're learning. Take that down real quick. That goes that way. Okay. The techie pieces go at the front on these guys. I see. Like so. And then I could put my little triangles back in here and here. And then we look better. Okay. The lines line up. If we want to go quite that high. My next question is, does it still look decent if we don't do that? But also, how does it feel to land on one of these with a scout, let's say? Because that's what most people drive around as a commuter car, myself included. That sits down lower, that's weird. It's okay. I think I would like it to be wider. Which is fine. It just changes the math of do I want odd number wide or even number wide, right? Which is exactly why we're doing this. So let's take this all down real quick, except for the one side in the middle. And then if we were to plunk him in there and then go here and then like do these poke out if I do these things? You're not clipping to the right place. Okay, everything about that is kind of disappointing. Like, yes is gonna be the answer. They're gonna clip through, and I don't like that. But fry in the sun here real quick. Hang on. Can we get away with half walls? Is there a way in a world in which we half wall it? There's these guys, but they're like a full wall. I think. Did you just snap there because, or do you actually snap to the halfway? You do. Okay. Yeah, I was just Just a fluke. Okay, so you basically got to... Okay, that's interesting. It's a great big rampy ramp. But it looks like the equivalent... Getting sidetracked, but now I'm curious. Oh, it's slightly different. Interesting. Gets you to the same place. It's a half block wide there. Gets you to the same place in mostly the same time, you know, distance-wise. Same incline there. How does it... Oh, it's because they make up the half block right there. I see. Okay. So it's kind of a nicer... Like, if you're coming up onto a surface, this is nicer. Interesting. Anyway, squirrel! So, basically we have to do... In order for it to look anywhere near correct, you gotta do this. Otherwise things clip through. And I really don't love that. So we need you right here. Techie bits go up front. Techie bits go up front. It's weird that these guys sit below the specialty little triangle guys. Here we go, that side. But that does seem to be what works. That still hooks through. I mean, that's okay. Is it possible to put railings on here, or does it not snap? That's not the right. They don't snap. Okay. So no angled railing. That's all right. Ankles. Yeah, that's way nicer to land on that. Okay. Then the next question would be, if we did that, how wide would it end up being in the middle if I was to do such a thing? Because we'd be coming in 3, so it'd be 4 wide in the middle. That's probably okay. I think this all needs to go down a level. But then again, it is flush with this story now. Which is kind of nice. But if it was down a level, I could do steps up, and that would kind of be cool looking. And kind of almost like a focal point, right, from above. Hang on a second. I gotta pee really bad. Let me go do that. I'll be right back. There we go. Alright. I also had another idea. There we go. Alright, so it would still be cool to set that down. Let's just put a pin in that really quick while we figure out some other stuff here, though. We can use these guys to get us back widened out. That would be kind of cool, and it would accentuate the whole thing. Would accentuate the sort of funnel to the middle here, right? We have to figure out our spacing here, but for the sake of argument, let's do that. How far in? Oh, that goes in a ways. I got plenty of room here still to clean up this old roof tile stuff and get a better idea of how this would. As long as you don't take that out, we'll leave that. I don't want to drop my death stills on the ground. Alright. So we can do something like this. How is that looking from here? Pretty cool, actually. I kind of dig that. Kind of do. And if we were to move out one more, just to touch the wall, basically. I like this where it is, almost. Although if we move one more, then it'll be wider. So we'd have to adjust that. And it looks like visually it could probably go... You know, lining up with the road, quote unquote, such as it is here. Right now it's perfect, right? It's like right smack dab in the middle. But that. And that. Which is not to say, like, this doesn't have to line up there. We could make this work still. We can widen out one of the towers, maybe. There's some options there. That looks really good like that. I like that a lot, I think. Something like that. If you pull that down, I think it'll help. We'd have to pull it down a full, which is okay. That'll also kind of offset the fact that from this angle, this thing is pretty chonky. But it's kind of because it's sitting up so high, I think. And these lines here, as long as this all lines up. Hang on, let's go find out. Let's just do it. Is my pockets full of junk? No, I got lots of room still. I call this down, right? Whoops, that was clipped to that instead of the other side because it's too wide. It's okay. Special. Other side. Here we go, like so. And then like so. So. And then like so. And then you with the techie bits inside like that. Okay. You here. And then I gotta put my side wingies on. Techie bits forward. Techie bits forward. And then roof tiles. So that triangles will go in where they belong. As long as I put them on the right sides. There. Over here. That's not bad. I would like it if this was a little bit longer, but we would have to do like this, and then we'd have to set it way deeper into the claim. And that just wouldn't work for me if we wanted to have landing pads on both sides, which we do, because otherwise it'll look weird, right? So you kind of just get a stumpy, more or less, in this case, if we go with this option. Go look at, do these lines look super stupid? I don't love it. If we were to swap. No, this one still. So it looks better that way. And then the lines are hidden, which is fine with me. Yeah, I prefer that, for sure. That's pretty cool. So that's a problem. So either we need to pull everything out one, or extend those towers. I'm not opposed to pulling it out on this axis. That would be alright. This is really good position for the terrain, so I don't want to move that. It's a good start on this, though. Let me just come over here and do the same thing, and it'll be a nice big landing pad looking thing. Height. Let's look at the height really quick. Almost out of time for today, but we can kind of spitball just a second longer here. So if these guys came out this way, right? Actually, it'd be the other way around. It'd be these guys coming this way. And then one more. And then we had sufficient stability. There we go. We did something like that, like dead smack in the middle here. Let's mock up just a little more of it. Get something like that. Face them in the correct direction. For internal consistency. We might just, I mean, we could just fill it in. Mission stability, because you're not tied into the sides over here yet. Alright, well. We did that and ran this wall high. This one's the wrong way around. We fix that first. We don't necessarily want to do that all the way up. I think I like it at the same level as that, maybe. That's fine because we have triangles for this exact purpose if they would snap where I want them to, which might be a little tricky. How can I help you? By maybe putting those in. Mission stability. So we haven't done bottom part yet. Okay, here we go. That goes there. Oh. Okay, so these are tricky to snap in correctly because this has gone on top. This guy is a gap. That's what's going on. We encountered this problem before with these, and I thought they just didn't work together. But we have them working together in other places already. Maybe it was just a placement trouble. Yeah, skill issue. As so many things in life turn out to be. Insufficient stability. Because I don't have connection. Alright, fine. Just give me this. I just wanna see. I just wanna see, guys. Here we go. Try that. We have stabilità now? No, because I probably also need that so that you connect. And then, like so. Okay, perfect. And then if I was to do like wall or something there, right? Probably be okay. Let's take a look at that. Let's kind of envision what it might turn out to be a little bit. Do something more with this, I think. But that, like, funnels your attention and your eye right in there. I do like it. I do like it a lot, actually. Also need to see, like, how this side ends up shaping up. But it's a really good start on a really cool idea. Alright, let's put that away real quick. I'm tempted to not next week, but the following week, spend my time remodeling here, and then we'll do Deep Desert after. But, like, we need to finish this project up. Let's go ahead and take down some of this just to make it a little bit tidier. Yeah, like that. That's good. We'll take these down for now. Because we need to clean up a whole bunch of stuff down there to make this work right. Probably leave that in place. Except for this is going to take it down, maybe? Nope. Okay, cool. Let's clip to that now. Alright, there we go. So that can just sit there as a very clearly whip. Actually pull this in. One more just so it looks less spindly and raggedy. Miserable. I think we'll pull this all out one. so that we can tie into here. And that'll act as our foundation for this as well. Hopefully, in theory. Figure out what we're going to do down here still. But then if we have stairs up, the main house can be closed up. But we can build the factory basically in all of this space. Have an overview on that. Be kind of cool, I think. Put the office in here. I don't know exactly how I want to shape that yet, but it's good progress. Be happy with the ideas we have going on here so far. All right, let me go put this stuff away. I think we will. That's the game plan. Is that next weekend we'll start working on getting this finished up. It's a pretty big project, but like it's kind of our end game base, right? So. We have spice. We can float for a while on what we have gathered up. We won't be doing anything but like blaststone and silicon, which we can get out here. So that's fine. We can put all my junk away. And then we'll get back to the farming after we finish the remodeling.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But everything is pulled in and safe for right meow. We can even do like an air traffic control-y looking tower on the other side too, like above the office. That'd be really, really cool. And then like, you know, the bedroom and the house overlooking the landing pad on the other side. I think this will be really, really good. I think it'll be awesome. But for right now, that's it for me. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a ton of fun working on this remodel today and getting some ideas and getting some things kind of flushed out. I'm excited for hopefully how it will turn out. But like I said, no stream next week. I'm going to finish the project. Hopefully after that, I should be back. Keep an eye on the socials for any updates on that. Thanks again. You have yourselves a great week, a great weekend. What's left of it? Right, it is over. Never mind. Great week. Just a week. And we'll catch